Good afternoon. It is Friday, and we are looking at the big motif from yesterday, because not only is there a loose thread, but I also spotted I didn't entirely twist all the things that I should have. As a result, we have more to undo, and I can't just leave it. I really can't. But at the same time, I am filled with mortal dread at having to fix the motif. So I am somewhat unenthusiastic. That's the words of the day. Rory's being a little bitch. Aren't you? Hello, Mr. Paws. You are being annoying. Yes. So, I don't know what it is with my dogs this week, but never in the history of ever have I been more tempted to taser a pair of dogs in my life for being just constantly annoying. I mean, I got up many hours ago. They've kind of ignored me the whole time. Now I want to stream. Here they are, and they started about half an hour ago. They know that this is when I stream, so they've started being little mitches around the time of streaming, and it's kind of getting a bit much, in the sense of, as I say, it's not that I don't love them, it's not that I don't want to spend. Stop licking my damn. Stop it. Stop licking my damn jumper. Pain in the arse animal. By the way, any slapping noises you hear are not me whacking the dog. They're me whacking me to make them go, what was that? And then I tell them why that was a problem. My thumb is still incredibly sore. And I believe it's slightly infected, which is why it's so sore. You and this Dew-claw dog, you really do need... Yeah. Actually, this Dew-claw is quite curly. It doesn't actually, it isn't. It just feels it. Amy, you are not helping! Cow! Very... Absolutely. Will you stop licking everything? Don't look surprised. You get told that about 40 times a day. Yeah, it's like someone put someone in dog food and they're all just being little shits right now. In their own way, of course, but not enough that they're technically... It's like... They're not technically wrong, necessarily. It's not like they're pooping in your shoe and ripping up your furniture. But they're not right either. They know how far to push it. They know how to push your buttons to the point that you will want to kebab them. And, you know, dog stew will not be stew for dogs, it'll be stew of dogs. As I said, I do love my dogs with all my heart, but right here, right now, I can do without them. You know, it's almost the come put them in the garage for a bit. And as previously explained, they've got a really good playroom in there, so they wouldn't necessarily see it as punishment per se, because it's not. But at the same time, it gets them the fuck away from me, and so I can have some peace. So I don't normally do it when I'm here, obviously, because, well, I'm here. The only time I have done it when I was here was when I was waiting for the ambulance, when I had a perforated bowel, because I didn't know when it would come. and because I couldn't really move, it took hours for me to get to the other end of my house, and my house really isn't that big, and get them in the garage. So I didn't want to be at the point where, oh, the ambulance has arrived. Because, you know, like, for example, now, if I had to call an ambulance for someone else, I don't need to put the dogs in the garage almost until the ambulance gets it. Well, you know, at the speed I was moving, it would take me an hour to get to the other end of the house. So I had to do it in advance, and they did end up sitting in there for the night. But they were quite happy. I've got a camera in there as well, so it's not like I can't see them. But you are a pain in the arse, my doggy friend. You really, really are. And I do love you. I do. I absolutely do. But right here, right now, can you get the fuck off me? Come on, off you go. Now don't be stubborn about it. You burp at me. That really endears me to your love. Yes. It was a burp of love, was it? Okay. I'm not sure I believe you, dear dog. Come on. Off you get. Ow! It's my thumb. It wasn't the dog. That was me on the dog collar with my own thumb. So yes, today we have to redo the big motif. And I have the motivation of a small child being told to clean its room. To the point, I'm really, really not in the mood. But I also can't bring myself to leave it. So let me explain better the problems visible with this. So it's not hugely visible to you. Where is it? But this is a loose thread. You can see I can move it there, and you can see what I mean. It's loose. It needs trimming. I forgot to do the twists on this here, which probably means I forgot the twists there, but it doesn't show. But I forgot the twists here. So the fact that they're there, and that I know that they're there, is irking me. But I also don't entirely have the willpower to fix it. Now, there is small hope. Basically, yeah. Now, the question is how far back do I actually have to undo? Because I only need to be able to go back far enough so that, where's my pin, tugging on this bobbin, a bobbin that pulls that through will work. Now, the problem is, it goes in here, and tracing where the bobbin comes out is harder than it sounds. Now, I believe, because it goes in and out, so it should come down here. So this should, this is where it gets complicated. So if this comes in here, it goes to that side, to the back side, which means it should be there, which means that it goes to that side and out, which means it could be these two, which then cross over here and out, so it's one of these two, which then means that it goes in and out there, or in and out there. If it comes out there, it's one of these two. If it's out here, it's one of those two. Sorry, if it's out there, it's one of these two. So basically, it could be any of these. And when I tugged on them yesterday, nothing happened. But because of all the twisting, it adds a lot of friction. And obviously, being cotton, you only want to pull so hard, right? There's only so much pulling one can do. This I would have to undo this, and this to reset those. That doesn't show if it's untwisted, so if it had just been that, I could have undone those forums, fixed that. This is the harder thing to fix. And, well, it does show. And so I am feeling that I have to sort it. The problem is, because this is the bigger spider, not the littler spider, being the one above it, she says going for the cheap one, this one at the top, right, this here, there's quite a lot to undo, but also it's kind of complicated to undo. So I don't really kind of want to, actually. I haven't got a lot of choice, but I don't want to. You know, it's like doing chores. It's like doing chores around your house. I absolutely don't want to do any of it, but it's not going to do itself. On the subject of chores, have you seen that you can now pre-order a robot that will do your chores for you? Now, at the moment, as a video I was watching earlier this morning pointed out, it's kind of shit in that it's 20 grand. Now, 20 grand is a lot of money, but think of what it can do and the hours it can save you every week. So it allegedly will wash your dishes, hoover your house, it will do your washing, fold your laundry, all of that kind of shit. Now that can take most of a day a week. By the time you've washed, waited, done this, done that, hoovered, dusted, you know, I'm not going to say maybe it'll dust everything, because, you know, I'm a realist. You know, maybe there'll things it'll look at and it go, I ain't touching that, it's delicate, you know, I'll just destroy it. But, you know, basic, you know, floor hoovering, picking up some stuff, maybe taking out the trash, you know, all of that kind of stuff. Let's assume that it is semi-capable. Oh, water plants and not forget any, and, you know, there's quite a lot of stuff in there that it could do around your house, like a little maid. And at 20 grand, yeah, I'm not saying it's not a lot of money, but if you consider that, let's say you use it for 10 plus years. Well, if you're saving a day a week for 10 plus years, how much is a day a week? So that's 52 days a year. 10 days, 520 days. How much of that is your salary? How much do you earn, or would you have to, how many days would you work to have to own that? So if you were going to pay someone, and that's obviously your wages. Now, obviously, in the UK, our wages are a lot less than the American wages. But at the same time, will you stop licking everything, you annoying animals? All I hear all day is nom nom nom, slurp slurp slurp, chomp chomp chomp, grind grind grind. It is, and it's getting on my tits, frankly. You don't look at me like that. You're the one who does it. Yeah. So, if you think about it, if you had to employ a cleaner, if you had to employ, you know, I looked at a cleaner for this place when I moved in, because, you know, I hate doing it. Now, I do not expect it to be Buckhouse quality cleaning, right? I just want someone to run around with a hoover, you know, I know, scrub the bog, you know, for 3 minutes, you know, give it a flush, that'll be fine. I am, you know, a wipe round the countertops of the kitchens, you know, keep them vaguely germ-free. I am not talking, I expect you to, you know, nail scissor the garden. I'm not talking that, you know, you get one feather off a feather duster and you must dust, you know, 28 wings or something of some large establishment. I am talking a 4-bedroom house that is, frankly, not that big. And stupid as it sounds, while getting a cleaner over here is not uncommon, it's not ridiculously common, it's kind of mid. I contacted a lot of cleaning companies and an awful lot didn't even respond. And or they waited like a month and a half to respond, and it's like, dude, if you're not interested, you should have just said, right? I did have one come round and quote, and I nearly puked on her. Bear in mind, there's only me here and a couple of dogs. And it was tidy at the time. I need to point that out. So I'm only using one bedroom out of 4. You don't have to clean it. I'm not using the big bathrooms. You don't, it's not like you've got to scrub that every week. A quick flush of the toilet and wipe of the, maybe a quick wipe of the bath with a wet wipe almost, and jobs are getting, right? They wanted, I think it was 6 hours of 2 people to clean my house. And I kind of went, to do what? And she went, oh, that's to do the hoovering, clean, wipe the kitchen and the bathroom clean. And I went, what do you mean 6 hours? Oh, well, there'll be 2 of them. Okay, so you're telling me in 3 hours, 2 people for 3 hours can't keep this at a clean enough for habitation state. And she wanted, I think it was £250 a day, for 3 hours. And it was like, 3 hours, 250 quid. Oh, and I had to provide the equipment. It's not like she was using her own equipment. This was to use my equipment. And it was kind of like, that's a lot of money. But if you think of that, 3 hours, 3 hours is obviously 125 quid. Well, exactly, that was kind of my result. That was kind of my reaction to it, was I'd really love for her to have a cleaner, but not those fucking prices, piss off. Now, I then found a lady who would do it for sort of £10 an hour. Right, that's kind of the amount of, that's a price I could get behind, right? So, she agreed to come along. Yeah. So this lady for £10 an hour kind of, came along so I could meet her, and I was like, hello, because I did want to meet her first. And obviously the original time I was going to have them come was like now, Friday afternoon, during the daytime when most people are at work and so don't want cleaners around the house because, most people tend to be there when they do it. But the idea being that for the first few weeks, I just kind of wanted to see how they got on. I wanted to be there because, well, I'm a little bit paranoid in my life. But after a while, pretty much if they wanted to come during the week and I got to a point where I trusted them, I wouldn't mind because, well, I trust them now. So, the first week she was due to come, she forgot. Second week she was due to come, she didn't even bother coming up with an excuse. Oh, I'll come tomorrow. Yeah, okay. Didn't come. The week after, didn't come. Oh, I can send so-and-so. I don't know so-and-so. I've met you and the deal was with you. Oh, well, she's really nice. I don't care if she's really nice. You said... So in the end I told her to go fuck off and on. Because a month later she still hadn't been. Now, admittedly, I wasn't paying her either, but because she hadn't been. But you're sitting there kind of going... if you'd send me a text of, I've got a headache, I'm feeling really, really, really tired or whatever, I can't make it. Well, for the price, I thought it was worth it in comparison. I mean, 10 quid an hour, it was worth a little bit of effort. But exactly, if you don't want to do it, just fucking say so. I mean, when I was in hospital with leukemia, the cleaner lady who was there, she very much fell into the, if you didn't want to do it, fuck off. Stop coming, resign. Fuck off. She came to work with the biggest attitude, and she didn't really speak to anybody. But when I say attitude, she smashed and crashed her place round there like the sulkiest, stroppiest teenager. Bear in mind, she must have been 45. But she, I mean, if let me zoom back out, right? If this had been a thing in the hospital, she'd have kind of gone, and you're kind of going, that's specialist, expensive hospital gear, love. Do you mind, chilling out a bit? No, they don't. But then, one time, I was very, very poorly at this point, and I was trying to sleep because I hadn't slept most of the night because of puking, right? And I was nodding off at every opportunity. If I basically, if I wasn't actively moving parts of my body, it was sort of 5, 4, 3, 2, I was already asleep, right? She woke me up like 12 times while she was cleaning my room. Hi, hiya, how you doing? Anyway, she would bang my bed. Now, there's no reason for that. She wasn't washing the floor. Let's not pretend she was doing that. But she'd bang my bed deliberately to wake me up, right? And I worked out why months later. I understand the half-dead feeling, as I have been very low on enthusiasm. It's almost like I've moved this. Right, that's it. That's my energy gone. I'm done. I'm out. I need a nap. But anyway, this cleaning lady, months later, turned out she'd stolen my wallet. And that must have been the day she did it, because all the other days I was wide awake. And it's not like there was much in it, so maybe she was pissed because there was not much in it. And to cover her crime, she hid it in a toilet. I think she was deliberately constantly waking me up so that I would, because like the first time you look at her and kind of going, what you're doing, and if something wakes you up, you kind of look at what's happening. On like the 8th or 9th time, you just kind of like almost put a pillow over your head and wait for her to go away. So she was obviously doing it so that I would not pay attention to her, so that when she made a bit of noise or she did something, I would not look to see what it was she was doing. I did get my wallet back, but of course it had been drowning in the cistern of the toilet for a month or two by the time it was found. I'm not quite sure how they found it, to be honest, but they found it. And yeah, it was just that, because of course I was in hospital. I didn't really use my wallet much because, well, I didn't get to leave my room. So, well, as someone else pointed out, how low have you got to be stealing a wallet from people dying of cancer? Now, admittedly, I didn't die, but that was the expectation. I was not expected to live. So how low have you got to be that you would steal from people dying of cancer? And the answer is pretty low, I think, is the short, you're at people who are having some of the lowest point of their life as they're battling for their lives in hospital, and you steal you steal their bloody wallet. I mean, that's real low. I mean, I'm sure she was paid shit all. I'm not going to pretend she was a highly paid, skilled worker here. But that's low. That's real freaking low. And I hope she enjoyed the about £6 that was in my wallet. Because it's... Yeah, so needless to say, I don't look back on her fondly at all. Um, but yeah, I basically right now I have the same motivation to fix this motif as she did to clean our rooms. I mean, I really do. Oh, and by the way, do not judge the state of my cup, but I'm out of drink, so I really screwed this one up today. I'm not doing so well. But yeah, I'm suffering very much from... It was only when I was posting the video this morning, because it uploaded when I went to bed last night. And I've added a thing to my uploading program now so I can throttle it a bit. So that... No, and I think we all have a bit of sympathy for that, because it's a shitty job. Someone has got to do it, right? And we're not pretending that it's a fun job. It's hardly glamorous. It's, you know... But at the same time, you know, given her wages would probably be crap all of nothing. If you hate it that bad, go and ask, do you want fries with that? You know, there are other lower paid jobs that, you know, do shift work or that are semi-part-time or whatever it is you need to do to suit your life, right? And, I mean, a friend of mine, she cleans at a local hospital here. Is it what she trained to do? Hell no. Is it the highlight of her life? No. But she really understands the importance of cleanliness in a hospital, and she goes round cleaning like she should. And I mean, to be honest, I know when I was in hospital a couple of years ago that the standards of cleaning care in the hospital have not gone up a lot, because the girl who was doing our ward that we were in, she didn't clean around my bed once in the nearly week I was there. Now, admittedly, this is not a neutropenic ward, so you can afford a couple of germ cells lurking around, but you are talking people who have had severe major surgery, and that, you know, cleanliness is a good thing. She didn't clean the toilet, she didn't clean the... She did wash the floors, yeah. If this was the entire ward, she washed basically the walkway down the middle. And when I said the walkway down the middle, the walkway would be this big. She would clean like this much down the middle. She was, again, the sulkiest teenager brat that I'd ever met kind of girl. I mean, she was probably 20, but she had that sulky, I fucking hate this, and fuck, that'll do, and storms off. And I remember one day she'd missed, there was something really bad on the floor, and she'd missed it, and I pointed out. The look on her face when I pointed out that there was like blood on the floor or something, and the fact that it was still there when she'd finished, and it was like, are you going to do the blood on the floor? And she kind of went, almost with the no look, and it's kind of like, one of the things that I've always explained to my bosses is that if you ask me to do something and I object, such as, do I have to, can I not, why me, you know, kind of childish remarks, do you understand that if you tell me I have to do it, I will do it to the best of my ability? I will hate you for it, because, you know, it wasn't my job. I shouldn't have to be doing it. You pay other people for that. But if you've asked me to do it, no matter how much I hate it, I will do it to the best of my ability. With an, you know, whereas too many of them can't separate the fuck yous from the doing. Because, you know, don't get me wrong, my ability to do the job to the best of my ability meant that I had to do a job that wasn't mine for the best part of 14 years. I hated every fucking minute of it. and it became my main part of what I did every single day. I hated every inch of it, beyond all manner of soul. But I still did it to the best of my ability, because, well, when you do backups, they're crucial. But I don't fucking want to do it. I'd rather have gouged my eyes out with a rusty teaspoon. Tried self-surgery with a blunt knife, you know. A thousand things. I mean, saying a light to yourself in the corner somewhere would have been far more fun. But I still did it to the best of my ability, which is why I can hate myself for it, because, well, it meant I got to do it for 14 years. Hang on, just reading what co-worker said. Hang on. Let me go. Let me go during the ads and top up my drink before I embark on the hatred of the day. You've just rocked up my couch, you miserable animals. How you do it? What were you looking for, Rory Face? I see you were looking for something. Ugh. Animals. Right. And I made it back during the outbreak. Oh, sugar. You could kill them all. Right. Hey, neck kisser. How you doing? I need some motivation. I need... I'll show you this as a distraction. So, I'm making another one of these. Okay! What sort of dangerous goods? Because obviously there's all forms of danger when it comes to goods handling. Chemical, explosive, you know. Heat, cold, you know. Generally, treat it with respect and it won't F up your life for the rest of humanity, but, you know. I just tried to breathe my coke in. Hang on. Slightly unpleasant. Fair enough. Yeah, as I said, treat it with respect and it won't F up your life. That's generally how that goes. If it says hold it this way up, fucking do that. If it says don't drop it, really don't do that. Yeah. Sometimes I say this I do generally mean it with a level of respect. Sometimes the training courses you have to do at school, work, whatever, are really pointless in that they should be obvious. You know, such as, you know, most things will come with a hazard warning saying, you know, what not to do, right? You know, it's biohazard, so don't breathe it in, don't dance in it, wash in it, bathe in it. You know, it will tell you all of these things somewhere on the label. So just follow it. I mean, it is that simple. Just follow it. Um, um, you know, handle with care. So don't drop kick it out the back of the fan. Yeah, it's kind of obvious, right? Um, um, yeah, it is. It is hard. So, neck kisser. Well, and that's often the problem. I mean, some of the training courses that I used to have to do didn't apply. So, for example, as part of a battle against one particular manager who took umbrance to me, they made me do this training course. And part of the training course was, so you've been given £500 to decorate your office. What are the following things can you spend that money on? I don't know, because one, we don't get offices. Two, I will never have an office, not at my level. Because, well, hell's teeth, even about 3 management levels above me don't have offices. So let's not be pretending that applies to what I do. You won't even, because at the time, I worked in a, I worked, I, you know, the whole time I've been at the place I work now, I've been there 20 years. We were, except for the last 2 years, we'd all, you know, since we worked from home kind of deal. But prior to that, we always worked in the same room, or I always worked in the same room. And the same room, from the day I started until about 2 years ago, had never been painted. And the partition walls that they'd put in, when they put them in, were white. They were now like this colour, but it was a bit more nicotine yellow looking, right? It's not because it was nicotine yellow, it's just that the paper on it, because it was paper so you could wallpaper or paint or make it fit with your decor, they'd never done that. They'd just put up the raw walls and effed off. And you knew this by the fact that, I don't know, about 6 years ago, we got some screens put up so that we could put monitoring on it. We never did. That was a whole waste of money, but we won't go into that. When they took them down, you could see the faded line on the paper where they'd been, right? I know how that goes. We cheat in our department when there's training courses. Oh, you've got updates. Go on then. Go for the updates. We're all good for an update. We like updates. We like updates. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's really good. I'm glad to hear that. Oh, okay. Oh, we like to hear that kitty friends are doing well. This is good. That's sweet. Sweet. I know how that goes, Netkisser, because we used to do training courses and then pass around the answers. Not the actual answers, but it would be things like, you know, there aren't any questions on that bit. You can kind of... My rule of thumb with all of the training that I used to do at my last company, 99.9% of them had like a 1 to 2 hour ready stroke video stroke something bit, and then a test. Well, trade secret. And that's a good thing. Let's truly be honest. It's nice to see them play after all of the crap that they've had. But here's how to do most corporate training, especially if it's the same shitty training that you get to do every year, right? Because chances are it hasn't changed since last year. So the true trick is, when you click start on the training, if it's a video, slide towards right the end but not the actual end, and let it play the last 10 seconds of video. It then counts that you've watched the whole thing. Because quite often you can't do the test until you've done the pre-bit. If it's textual, try Control End, because that will work in PowerPoint, Word, Excel, and all. So is ours. Do not believe me, so is ours. Now, go and do the training. If you can do the test first, do the test first. If you have to watch or read the mandated shit, try skipping it, get to the test. Because if you fail the test, you always get a chance to go back to review the training. So, should it have changed, and you now don't be able to answer sufficient questions correctly, yeah, it's worth you going and reading it. But if you know all this shit and you remember it from last year, if you can get above grade on the quiz at the end. So, I think I hold a record for 40 seconds for a 2-hour training course and getting 100% in the exam. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, R1 was kind of free, so that's slightly different. But it has to be said, you know, like everything, because one of the things I've always felt is that training is a really good thing. But if it's something you already know, you tend to zone out. You tend to not pay attention, even if you're sent on an expensive course, right? Because you're sitting there going, I know this shit, I know this shit. Chances are you'll miss the one thing you didn't know. And doing a test at the beginning is a good way to ascertain A, whether you really need to waste your life doing it, or B, how much they improve by attending the course. Because if, you know, for some people, courses, you know, some courses just don't work. Therefore, if they fall into that category, that, you know, they score 10% of the course, of the quiz at, you know, at the end of it, they do the course and now get 9% of the quiz, they got bored and they, you know, effed it up even more. Courses need to be appropriate, but they also need to be at a reasonable level. And like you've said, a big chunk of the course you were doing isn't relevant for what you're doing. And I suffered from basically the same. My job is, I am technical support for servers. So I do not go to user desks. I do not go to the kind of what we'll call clean areas of the site where they manufacture, because our site don't manufacture any of that shit. But, you know, even the cleaner sites where you've got some anti-static shit, I don't go in there. I've no need to be in there. To be honest, if I was in there, you should be firing me for messing around with shit that ain't for me to be doing. So, doing a training course that says that if I go in this room, I must do this, and if I have to... No, because I will never be doing that. And so an awful lot of it, I find, it makes you complacent for the stuff that you do need to do, because you are doing a course. You know, you've done 12 courses this morning because this quarter's training has come through, and inevitably it always comes through in a big bunch rather than, spread throughout the year. And so, you're spending your day, catching up on your training, and, well, you kind of don't necessarily have a need, in the sense of, you did it last year, you remember it, and unless it's changed, it's not that big a deal. And so if you can get to take the test at the end and score a passing mark, clearly you remember enough from last year, so it is not important for you to re-waste this year's time repeating the same stuff you did last year. And it served me well for many years. Only read the shit if you have to. Because especially some of them have got really irritating voices on. It's really painful to watch some of the videos. You do just kind of want to go, right, well, if I don't have to watch it, that's great, because I really don't need to. Now, obviously, if it's a subject you've not done any training on, or it's some new regulation, chances are you haven't got a hope in hell of passing the test, so you might as well sit there and watch the video and have done with it, because full well you're not likely to pass the test, because you've never heard of this crap before. You're not a legal dude, so you've not been eating all the legal books on what's good and what's not. So you have to do the training, because, well, you need to do the training. But if you did it last year and it hasn't changed, because it's like, in event of a fire or in event of a shooting, or, well, we're not allowed guns on site. And so, if you're not allowed guns on site, they've got a bit of a job to get a shooting happening, because there are guards at the gate and everything. So, with that kind of respect, I'm sorry, but an on-site shooter, I mean, it shouldn't even be feasible. And to be honest, they probably work here, because, well, I'd understand that action. So, I've worked here, I get it. I can relate. I've met these people. So there is a bit of you that kind of goes, I do get it. I do get that it is, the requirement that you must be trained on what to do in event of this, that and the other, and, But, as we proved, our site tends to have quite a lot of contractors. And I'm now included in that section, because I now work for a third-party company. The problem is they don't do the training. And so, for example, on fire drill, I can't remember if it was a drill or a real one, doesn't really matter which way round it goes. I mean, the place didn't burn down, so, it doesn't matter if it was a drill or not. The alarm goes off, we evacuate the building. Obviously, they follow the contractors all leave, because they're not stupid. They're not paid enough to stay there and cook, after all. But a bunch of them piled in their car and drove off. They went to go and get a coffee, because, we weren't going back in the office for a while. So they went to go off-site, down to Costa or whatever, to go and get a coffee. The problem was, they weren't there for the roll call. Now, it's not a present kind of roll call, but someone goes around looking for people that, because you have people in an area mandated whose job it is to go round and check that all the people in the area got out, well, they couldn't find a bunch of them. And it's like, where's so-and-so? Where's so-and-so? And I went, well, they drove off. Well, who was in the car? And I named who was in the car. They gone absolute rollicking, because if I had not been the one who was prepared to say I saw them out and get in a car, they would have sent people in, putting their lives at risk if that had been a blazing inferno, looking for people who were not there. You are not supposed to F off. I mean, it is tempting because, you know, it's cold, wet, miserable. Because, let's face it, I don't know about you guys, but no fire drill seems to happen. That sounds like me. My work laptop's pretty much the same, actually. Well, that's not two. I've got two laptops, because I've got the company I work for and then the client we work for. And obviously I used to work for the client, so it's the same laptop I had when I was a direct employee. I open my company's laptop about once every 6 months, maybe less. I do have some training that I need to do at some point before the end of the year now. But beyond that, yeah, I've no need to, because I can do my timesheets on Magic Phone. Mine's not 10 years old, but it was certainly not brand new when I got it from my current employer. As was the phone, hence the fact that it's got a big ass scratch on the front of it. To the point I actually had to send back the first one because it had so much cracks in it, I didn't dare use it. Oh, that, and it was locked and I couldn't get in. But it was so cracked that if you'd run your finger over it, you could have put glass splinters in your finger. It was terrible. Oh, people, I so don't want to do this. I cannot put into words how little I want to do this. It's not that I don't want to make lace, I just don't want to undo this, but I also know I can't leave it because I'll hate myself. This is the kind of time where the whole project gets kind of pushed to one side and I don't do it again for years. This is kind of where this is rapidly heading. Just because I don't want to undo this bit, but I also want, and I'll start and do something else. Something completely different. But I want to do this. I really do want to do this. And I can't explain how much I want to do it, but how little I want to do this bit right here, right now. I just don't want to have to undo it all. It was a bit like when I made my king-size bedspread out of double knitting. And I'd made like the first foot. And I thought I had. So we'll use this tub of white because it happens to be of hand, right? So let's pretend that this is knitting yarn and I got this in a multicoloured yarn. And I was knitting away because, well, this is white. Well, it turned out this was off-white, not white. But of course, unless you put it next to white, it looks white. So I knit the first foot with what I believed was white. Well, I think actually that was the problem. I think I did it with white, but what I'd bought was off-white. Or anyway, one was off-white, one was white. So when I did it, initially, you're knitting away and you go, oh, it looks slightly different. Maybe it's the light, because it can be the light. We all know that occasionally, the light can catch something and make it look a different colour, and it's actually not. I must have spent another week knitting my rows, so I've probably done about 6-7 inches. looked like I dunked it in my tea. The off-white looked like this colour in comparison, right? Now, it wasn't that colour, but like everything, right next to bright white, it looked terrible. On its own, it looked white. It's like navy and black. Navy looks like black until you put it next to black, but it looks like black if you put it next to blue, right? It was exactly that. This looked white until you put white next to it, and then it looked shit. And there's no way you could leave it. Absolutely killed my enthusiasm, that did. Absolutely dropped stone dead. All of the, oh yeah, that I had for it, gone. And that was a foot in. It was so difficult to keep doing that. And this is the problem I've now got with this, is that I'm looking at this and enthusiasm has plummeted through the floor. I just don't want to do this right now. I'd keep going, but I also can't live with the mistake. So if I keep going, I'd have to go back even further. So that's a stupid idea, right? But at the same time, the idea of frogging that bit, because pretty much that spider took me yesterday, so it was not a quick event. And let's face it, it's been nearly an hour and I still haven't touched it. So that's how well my motivation for this is going. Right, let me sort some of these out. 3, 4. Right. You are not part of it. You do not have to be undone, so you can go on a stick out of the way. And it really doesn't help that this thumb is hyper sore. You can see it's quite pink. I dunked it in some peroxide, hence I've killed some brain cells. But you can see like that, top of my thumb is really quite pink. Doesn't look too bad from that angle, but if I do that, in person it doesn't show so much, but like that you can clearly see how red my thumb is, right? On top of my thumb is angry. Now, in person, I mean, you know, this one's also quite pink, so let's not pretend that it's... I mean, but you can see if I do both together, this one's definitely angrier. But in person, it doesn't really show quite so much, but this is definitely angry. And it is quite sore. And fucking about with bobbins is clearly not what it wants. So yeah, I've got... it's only doing that it really shows to me how angry it actually is. Because, as I say, in person, it doesn't really look any different to this one. Now, clearly the ends of my fingers are pink, which doesn't seem a good thing, actually. Let me quickly Google why the ends of my hands are pink. Because I'm sure they're not usually quite that bad. So, it says cold pressure, unlikely. Pressure or friction, unlikely. Staining from dye, that I'd believe, except I'm not. Circulation or skin related causes, so Raynaud's phenomenon may turn fingers white and then pink and blood flow returns. No, the blood's still always there. Contact dermatitis, well, no, don't think so, because, I mean, they don't look that pink in reality, but they are, I mean... Knowing that they're pink on camera, I can see a slight difference. But if I curl my hand like that, which is a more normal, relaxed thing, they look the same colour as the rest. It looks like shadows. So it's not as bad in reality as it's looking on camera. I need to point that out. Basically, it only says when to worry. If it's persistent or painful, well, we know why the end of my thumb's painful. Accompanied by numbness, tingling or swelling. No, none of that. Spreading or changing of colour. Since you do lots of fibre work, I bet it's the friction or dye transfers. Have you noticed it more after working with certain threads? No, computer. This is me waking up in the morning. But if you look, all of the ends of my fingers are slightly pink. But this one clearly is pissed. So to be fair, but we do know why this one's pissed. It's not that we weren't aware. It's just pissed. So, but you can understand that it's a bit sore and that it's not happy with life. So, it does mean that all of these kind of movements are sore because obviously this side's the sorest. For those who paid attention to the travelling tattoo yesterday about winding of threads, you will notice that when I do my bobbins, I always wind them up like this so it's parallel, so it's wrapping it round, not me doing this. That is because, as she pointed out, it adds twist to it, and or untwists it depending on the direction that you do it. So if you've got thread which is twisted, which inevitably we do, all of us, you can be undoing the thing and therefore make it very weak by untwisting it. So if you've ever done spinning, you will know that the strength of spinning is done by twisting the threads together. If you untwist it, it can make the threads much weaker and more likely to break. If you over twist it, it turns into what we lovingly refer to as pigtails, as in it twists up on itself and knots up and gets basically a pain in the ass. If you get too much, and as a result of too much, hang on. So, for example, if I do it with this, if I have this, this is what I would call relaxed yarn. If I untwist it, hang on, which is harder than it sounds, or over twist it, see what happens, it curls up, right? But at the same time, if you take a chunk and you get it right and untwist it, and it relaxes into, not that you can overly see, hang on, into the individual strands, those strands have less strength than the thing does as a whole, and so would be more inclined to break, would be more inclined to, you know, to basically be a pain in the arse. And so you do have to be careful, and we'll just kill the spam bot. Report spam, 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 spam bot. I declare myself me. Block the twat. Deny the twat. Kill the twat. So, you know, like a lot of these things, is that what spinners would call an energized yarn is a yarn that it has too much twist for it to support. Now, what does that mean? Much like you saw there, when I added twist to it, it curled up on itself. Now, obviously, when you add twist to something, that is a fairly normal reaction, in that it will add twist and therefore it will react. But when you're spinning and you're joining threads, you can have it in such a state that once you've washed and smacked it and done all the things you're supposed to do with it, that it will be content and just be yarn but twisted, and it is called a balanced yarn. Now, the balanced yarn is exactly what you're normally aiming for. An energized yarn can have some benefit in a number of situations depending on what you're going to do next. So if you're, like she pointed out about sometimes a yarn, so sake of the argument, a knitting yarn, is made of a number of singles put together in a twist to form a yarn. if you untwist the final yarn, you end up with just the singles, and if you're not careful, those singles can be fragile, but they will generally be over energized because you take some of the energy out by twisting it into the final yarn. The over active kind of yarn would be is if you're then going to take singles that you've twisted into a pair and then take 2 sets of twisted pairs and make 4, you know, combine them into, say, a 4. So you end up with effectively 8 strands, but you know, you'll have spun one way and then twisted it that way and then spun the 4 this way again. So you need to have kind of good luck to get all of that balanced, but you would over-energized the twist in the 2 going that way, just as you over-energized the single going that way, so that when you finally get to the end yarn, it is happy. It's a bit of a balance act, because obviously if you had twist one way, that's fine, but you have to overdo it so that as you're twisting it that way, which undoes some of the twist, you only take out the right amount. And obviously if that's going to be your final yarn, that's fine, but obviously you've got to even more over twist it. Well, you don't, but you have to almost under twist it slightly so that you untwist it further and then retwist it when you put it back. It's complicated, and it's not quite that simple, because obviously a twisting of the 4 will be less twist than you had in the single. So you kind of say go to 120%, then you'll go back to say 185%, sorry, back to 85%, to add twist to it again to try and find the 100% happy in the middle. It really is kind of a balancing act of all ages, and it's kind of complicated, but it's part of the reason why you can fuck up a yarn by how you wind it on something, and why lace bobbin makers never sit there and grab a yarn. She says getting some cotton, for example. So we hardly ever wind like this, because this will be adding twist to it. She says, finding something she can wrap it around. We will start it off, because you haven't really got a lot of choice, but then we will do this, because that does not add, this is not moving the yarn, you move the object. Now you can't do this, because then you are adding twist to it. You have to roll it up this way to get no extra twist, and obviously if you pull it off like this, you're potentially undoing it, but that's not the point. It's all about controlling the additional twist, and not making your own life harder later down the line. So that's what all that's about. Hence she was explaining how if you've got the little bobbins that you can ram the thing on the end, when you wind it, like, you know, when you just do this with it and wind thread onto it, you introduce twist and cause it to be twisty, or energized, as we twisters, we spinners like to call it, just because, well, you're adding twist to it, which is why when you've got a cone like this, you're supposed to pull the yarn off like this, because in doing off the top here, you're adding twist to it. You're supposed to, because it's wound like this. Even if it's actually wound like that, the yarn comes in at that angle, so the yarn goes in straight, and so you have to pull it off straight. Whereas, for example, the figure of 8 knitting wool is designed to dance around on the floor, and it will undo the twist that got added to it during the ball process. There is my technical talk for the day. But it's an awful lot of cones are designed not to come off the top, but to actually be on their side, because it will add twist to it. That's why when you look at how the bobbin winders for whatever craft you do, if you have a bobbin winder, they're nearly all designed so that the thread comes in perpendicular and just goes, this spins round and it spins on and it moves up and down. Because you can get ball winders that make cones of yarn, for want of a better word, as a ball winder. You can have that. Oh, my yawns again. I've done so much already, I've just kind of lost will to live. Not my happiest moment, though. Because this is the worst thing to have to undo. This big spider, because there is quite a lot of twisty twists and shit in it. Speaking of which, just on the off chance. Ooh, that moved. But it didn't seem to pull the... It did move, but it didn't. It's really hard for me to see that loose thread bit. Just because I'm a blind old fart is the short answer. So how are we looking? See, like this, because it's, I can make it bigger and I can kind of... What I can't see is whether it moved or not. Problem is, you can only pull so hard. That was moving on the... I'm not convinced it didn't move. On this, it's really hard to find out where it is. As I said, the biggest problem is, well, even like this, I struggle because the pins are in the way. So I lost it from sight of it for a minute. Let me just kind of up the other direction on off chance it moves to the other side. And that tug at this point would save me from... Yeah. Pretty confident I'm not back up here. I am hoping that I only have to get back to this middle. I don't need to undo that middle. I just need to get back to, say, halfway through the middle, or even before the middle. Or sorry, post middle, whichever way you like to think about it. I only have to undo these outer littler spiders for it to become apparent as to which thread I yank on to make the problem go away. Mainly because the path through the bigger spider is looser. So now we need to wind you up. Bobbins, you need to stop coming undone. It is really getting on my nerves, and I don't have many left. So I'm just winding up my co-worker to see if I can't get him to, how do I call it? He can be a bit point and press in the, hey, have you noticed this? That's a good point. I'll poke that next week. Excellent, there's a fight coming. I can't wait to see that one. Kind of moment. He's good for those. He can be really good to, you know, point and click and get some fights started. Now, I'm not saying the fights aren't worth the battle, because they usually are. But at the same time, you know, why do it yourself when you can get someone else to do it? So this was along the lines of, hey, have you noticed that we haven't been told this for a while? Because obviously the client rates how we're doing every month. And it's like, you know, to start with, they kept banging on about it. And it came out every month that we were getting 10s. You mean 3 o'clock? Yeah. Oh! Fuck knows what is here, hang on. Let me ask the old temperature shit what it is here. Hang on. Click, weather channel. Hiya! 16. Where I'm at, so I know the feeling. Webs. We don't do. We care not for these freedom units. It's up to them to work out what the hell that is in normal terms, you know. Excuse me. Hey, Dark Lady Savannah, how you doing? Yeah. I mean, I will say one thing, right? As a Brit, one of the things that I never entirely understood, I understand inches, I understand centimetres, and I'm cool with either, right? What I can't do is I can't feel comfortable with Fahrenheit. It just doesn't make sense to me, because the idea of water freezing at 0 and boiling at 100 makes perfect sense to me. That's a perfectly logical unit. Centimetres or inches, it's a bit like, well, men's shoe size and women's shoe sizes being different. There's a bit of me that goes, yeah, whatevs, and it's just a measurement. It's an arbitrary measurement to solidify a unit of length. It could be peanuts and sprouts for all that matters. And so I've never really understood where Fahrenheit comes from, and you know, how the scale. I mean, I could probably look it up, and I'm sure it's very interesting, but it doesn't have an easy logic to it. You know, being told it's 68, yeah, whatever the fuck that is, you know, and you're kind of going, yeah, whatever the fuck that is, it doesn't compute. Whereas knowing that 0 is freezing and that, you know, 100 is boiling, if someone says to you it's 98, you go, well, fuck, that's fucking near boiling, dude. You know, it because 100 makes sense. But question then, Dark Lady Sylvanas, what the fuck is the boiling point in Fahrenheit? Or do you also understand that it's much easier to understand water, for example, in centigrade, because... Fair enough. But you see, that's it. You're not even sure, whereas it's really easy in centigrade, because it's, well... 0 to 100. Freezing to boiling. I think... And I think that's why we like it so much, is because it is logical. And as I said, inches and centimetres, they're almost like a personal preference. It doesn't really matter what unit it is, as long as you know which unit reference they're referring to, and you'll live with it, right? Because you can kind of go, well, you know, that's fine. You know, a centimetre's like this long and an inch is about this long, and yeah, off you go. You can kind of work it out. But because temperature is not a visible thing, it's I mean, obviously there is an element of visibility to temperature when it comes to certain things, but yeah, it's a little like electric and gas units. It's like the wattage, not that you buy electricity in watts, but the wattage of your bulb, or you know that a dim one is a lower watt and a bright one's a brighter watt, but if you look at a bulb, as long as it's bright enough, is it 40 or 60 or 20 or 30, or who the fuck cares or knows, right? And it's the same when you pay for gas for your house. If you've got a gas cooker or gas electric, or not gas electric, gas heating, the truth of it is yeah, even we don't fucking use that shit. I think it is weird for me in that most Brits understand feet and inches because they measure the height in feet and inches. If you ask a Brit how tall they are, they're 6 foot, they're 5'7". We measure that in inches. we drive in miles, which is the old unit, not, kilometres. We measure in miles to the gallon, not being measured by litres but by pints. So, we buy off and we buy pints in our pub. But at the same time, we buy litres of petrol, not gallons of petrol, because they always put the price per litre on because it's cheaper that way. It looks cheaper that way, more accurately. We definitely discuss temperature in centigrade. And I don't remember them having Fahrenheit as the temperature on the weather forecasts on TV. I don't remember them ever changing that. But I do remember them changing from ounces to grams at school, and from inches to centimetres at school, because a dude fucking gave us a talk. So it is one of those kind of particle bits where it's not that you're not trying to be helpful, but at the same time, it's... I mean, I understand that, and this may come as a surprise to some people, I hope not, but a litre of water weighs a kilo. Now, obviously it depends on the water, but a litre of water weighs a kilo. So there's great tie-in and logic to that kind of measurement. But Fahrenheit just seems fucking whack. It just seems like an arbitrary number that someone picked on a day, So while the ads are happening, for those who can hear me, I wonder, let me Google why Fahrenheit is called Fahrenheit, and where did Fahrenheit come from? Okay, so first of all, let me read this. So for those who can still hear me during the ads, maybe we should wait. Maybe we should wait for our friends when they're back. You're gonna love the excuse for Fahrenheit. You're gonna love it. No, I don't know why you didn't get ads, but some people might, so we'll give them 40 seconds and then okay. Okay, so let's assume that you're all back. Yeah, you shouldn't do, because it's got 26 seconds left, so it should not yeet you into ads right now. So, the Fahrenheit temperature scale was created in the early 1700s by Baron Gabriel Fahrenheit, a Polish-German physicist and instrument maker. It emerged during the time when scientists were trying to standardise a temperature measurement. Okay, fine. How and where it originated. Where it was developed in Europe, primarily in the Dutch Republic, Netherlands, where Fahrenheit lived and worked for a lot of his life. Around 1714, when Fahrenheit invented a reliable mercury in glass thermometer. So good on him, he made the thermometer. How Fahrenheit developed the scale. Fahrenheit needed a fixed reference point to ensure thermometers would give consistent readings. His original choices were based on experiments and practical observations. Point of reference. 0 Fahrenheit is when don't go to sleep, you fucking cane. A freezing mixture of ice, water and salt, a very stable temperature allegedly. So therefore, that was picked as 0. 32 is the freezing point of pure water. Oh, that's why it hadn't gone into ads. There we go. It was the pre-ads, not the actual ads. We shall wait. Yeah, we'll wait. I just can't see which way round things are twisted. It's such a pain in the ass. I mean, I can see that they're twisted, but I can't see which way to untwist them, which makes it so very complicated. See, that should have worked, but didn't, clearly. This is so painful. It doesn't help that you come undone. I suppose that helped, didn't it? No, I can't even see this. No. Yes, I think I misread the instruction because I get a box that warns me when ads are coming and a box when ads come, but OBS's boxes are the same colour. So, let me continue because it does explain a little as to why. Yeah, I mean, salty, salted ice water, it may be a very predictable moment, but it's not exactly, out there. Anyway, part of the reason it's where it is He wanted a scale without... Yeah. Well, my problem is that I don't mind it doing its thing. But if I look up and see green, especially if I haven't got my glasses on like now, I assume that's the ads counter, not... Why can't it OBS just show one as the countdown to ads in one colour and actual ads as a different colour? And then it would be a lot less fucking confusing. And I know it's got words written on it, but all you see is a timer counting down in the green box, right? So, he wanted a scale without negative numbers for common temperatures. A small precise degree units for scientific use. After all, a Fahrenheit is smaller than a Celsius. Why Fahrenheit spread? Accuracy. His mercury thermometer was more accurate and consistent than previous alcohol thermometers. Adoption. It was widely used in Britain and the United States during the 18th and 19th century. Legacy. Today it remains in everyday use, mainly in America, although why it gets called centigrade as well, I don't understand, is dominant in science and nearly every other country. In summary, Fahrenheit invented his scale in the Netherlands in 1714 using mixtures and body temperatures as reference points, because obviously the human body is 96. Although I thought it was 97.2, but there we go. If you like, I can also explain why America still uses Fahrenheit, how Celsius and Kelvin were created, and why Fahrenheit degrees are smaller, and what that means scientifically. Well, it's smaller because you picked a number. I mean, if you're going to pick body temperature, though, why is body temperature not, say, 100? Why 96? Why would you pick such a stupid-ass number? I assume because it is a flat scale going up from freezing of salty water to water, and it just turns out it's 96 rather than they actually planned it that way. So, go on then. Why does America still use Fahrenheit? And I can't even spell it. Fahrenheit. That's got... Okay. Hang on, I've got a bit to read, hang on. It's given me two and asked me to pick which one I like, so hang on. Okay, let me read this to you. America still uses Fahrenheit mostly because of history, habit and infrastructure, not because it's actually better. Key reasons the US still uses Fahrenheit. 1. Early adoption. The US adopted Fahrenheit in the 1700s and 1800s before metric became a global standard. By the time most companies switched to Celsius, America already had weather systems, industry standards, education systems, and consumer products, studying everyone else, built around Fahrenheit. Changing everything would have been expensive and confusing. Yeah, it was, but never mind. 2. Public resistance to change. In the 1970s, the US government did try to convert to using centigrade, just like the UK did. But the switch wasn't enforced and people pushed back. Americans saw it as an unnecessary government interference. Compared to the UK, which switched mostly successfully, but still keeps miles and pints country. Culturally, the US simply never finished the process. Three, cultural familiarity. People grew up using Fahrenheit, and it feels intuitive to many Americans. After all, 0 is very cold, 100 is very hot. Sounds a bit of a lame excuse. Every everyday comfort range fits nicely in between. There is emotional and practical inertia. 4. Everyday usefulness subjective. Some argue Fahrenheit is better for daily life because the degrees are smaller, so it gives a finer scale for weather and comfort. I.e., 72F feels different from 74F. Centigrade would say 22.2 versus 23.3, which many people don't find as intuitive. No, but it's still a degree out. People would get that. People, if you said 22 to 23, people would understand that 22 is probably fairly normal, 3 starting to feel warm, right? We can get that, but it's not scientifically necessary, it's just a preference. It is not because Fahrenheit is more scientific. Science, medicine and engineering in the military all use Celsius and the metric system. It's really daily life that reports and weather that reports and stay in Fahrenheit. America still uses Fahrenheit because history, it adopted early, cost, changing everything expensive, people's attitude, people didn't wanna, and daily familiarity, well, you got used to it. Fun comparison. America uses Fahrenheit. The UK mostly uses centigrade, but yeah. The UK mostly C, in fact 99% C, but still uses miles and pints. Yeah, we do, but what's that got to do with Fahrenheit and centigrade? One's units of liquids and distance, and the other one's temperature. It's not really relevant, and how does that explain the non-Fahrenheit, the Fahrenheit portion of that? It does not. Most of the world use centigrade, so it's got a couple of things at the moment. It goes, would you like me also to break down why the metric system failed in the US in the 70s? And the answer seems to be above, because you couldn't be asked. A simple centigrade to Fahrenheit memory trick, which is divide by 8 times by 4 and add 32, as I recall. Not that that's that quick. And how close the UK came to being fully metric? No, because you'll pry a pint of beer out of our cold, dead fucking hands. Is the short answer to that. Yeah. Being short, you couldn't be asked. That's why you lot do freedom units, okay? Because you fucking wanted your freedom units to be freedom units. You didn't want to conform. Yeah, that's it. That's exactly it. Your freedom units are freedom units because fuck you. the concise UK version of that, yeah. I mean, if it's any consolation, I do understand. Like everything, you're used to it the way it is. Why have we got to change it? And to an extent, that is a humanity thing. We shall ask. We shall ask. Hang on. Where's the thing? I'll boil it down to the short answer. The too long couldn't be asked to really answer. Truly. Yeah. In short, I am gonna summarise this. The answer is it's hot, it's cold, or it's summer, it's reasonably warm. Seriously. Okay. Before Fahrenheit, there wasn't one universal temperature scale. Temperature was a new idea, and people used crude, inconsistent methods to judge hot and cold. Before temperature scales, people mostly relied on touch and sensation, i.e., hot, cold, and warm. Descriptions like frost boiling and scalding. Physical changes, i.e., ice forming, water boiling, metal glowing. No numbers, just experience and observation. Several scientists tried to invent a scale in the late 16 and early 1700s. They used thermometers filled with alcohol or air, but each maker calibrated their shit different. Galileo showed hotter and colder but had no numbers. I've never heard of Santorio. Had the first thermometer with a scale, but it wasn't standardised. And Roma, first known for fixed point scale, i.e. ice and boiling water. That's right. So, Roma actually influenced Fahrenheit. What Roma did just before Fahrenheit, you're going to laugh at this. 0 was freezing brine water. So basically it was Fahrenheit, but where 0 was freezing. 7.5 was fresh freezing water, and 60 was boiling water. Okay. Fahrenheit adopted and modified the idea, but used brine for 0. But then recalibrated the rest so there was more numbers in between. So basically, they went with feels a bit cold. Fuck me. Oh dear. Yeah. I mean, we can understand then why, in the 1700s when more scientific things were being discovered and considered, and repeatability and consistency were, and industrial stuff. So, heating it up to the same temperature to produce the same results became more of a thing. I mean, we get that they wanted a scale. But I do like the fact that the original Fahrenheit, kind of before Fahrenheit fucked about with it, also started at 0. Oh dear. I just, seriously, people. I've decided it's 0 degrees now. Wherever you are, it's 0 now. And if it gets hotter, it's hotter. And if it's colder, it's colder. There you go. It's about as scientific as it was. Oh, dear Lord, no. I'm sorry, but Celsius stroke centigrade makes way more fucking sense. Did that move? Holy shit, I think it moved. Hang on. No, it didn't. It was my imagination. I thought it moved. I thought I'd moved the... Because I really don't want to have to undo this middle bit. Because there's lots of fanning about in the middle bit. Welcome to my channel. Welcome to being British. Fucking box. Oh, I don't want to do this. I've already done more than I was in the mood for, to be honest. So, let's undo these. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. See, that doesn't seem to be undoing them particularly, but it should be. Fair enough. Let me put some in there. Good. So we have all learnt today why Americans use freedom units as their measuring system for temperature. The answer is because you're stubborn ass fools who decided that it made more that you couldn't be asked to change, and not because it actually made more sense. Congratulations on that one. Be proud of your nation of idiots. Speaking of idiots, I'm feeling stupid because I'm hungry, and I was thinking, oh well, I'll wait for tea, I'll wait for tea, I'll wait for tea, and I know it's 20 past, 4 or whatever. Yep, because you wanted to be so friggin' special, but I've got 2 slices of pizza from yesterday left, which I'm now going to eat cold. Look, here they are. Oh, it smells good. But yeah, sounds good to me. Pretty much, if it's got cheese in it, it's always good. I can't think of anything with cheese in it that isn't good. The nearest to bad is cheese, is like broccoli cheese, which is a bit like cauliflower cheese, only made with broccoli. And I hate broccoli, but I like the cheese. For the dog it is. Come on. 1, 2. Right. That's the pizza sorted. That was a dip. That was huge. That's the empty box from that. And as a sub snack, I've got 2 of the cookies left as well. So now I'm going to eat those. So I do apologise again for eating at you, but I'm hungry. And of course it avoids doing this. Right. Still don't know. Yeah, but it's still got cheese. There's still some element of cheese to it. And cheese is good, so that's fine. When in doubt, add cheese. See, the problem is, from here, I cannot see the wonky thread. So it's really hard to see as and when I fixed it, because I can't see it from the angle of which I sit. Sounds good to me. So I'm convinced it's got to be one of these. Down this side. And I would have hoped by now that the untwistings would mean that one of these should just kind of go zink. Pardon me. But it doesn't seem to. But it has to come from one of these. It has to be one of the ones on this side. So it does seem very odd that it is not sketchy. Oh, they're from that side. So it must be this side then. Okay. I'm not painful thumb side, let's go. Okay. I saw that wiggle, but it's not. Oh, animal, just sit down. Sit the actual fuck down and stop being a little bitch. See, none of those made it move, which is shitty, frankly. Which means I've got to undo all of this. Now, the fact that they're on their things makes it easier, but at the same time, you know, still don't really want to. Because, as you may notice, something's not actually quite right. So somehow I forked it up. Something around about here isn't right, because if you look really carefully, hang on, chunk, up, you can see it's not split up quite right here. So, you possibly belong over there somewhere, and one of you, which is twisted, needs to be somewhere else, like that, and you go with that one, I think. Let's try it. Ow, ow, thumb, ow, ow, thumb. It'd be a lot easier just to get a pair of bolt cutters and chop the top of my thumb off, you know. If I leave it on that view, I know you can't see what I'm doing down the bottom, but I can see the loose thread, and that's actually helpful to me while I pull on threads. I don't really want to undo all of this bottom bit, but that's the way it's going, so... Right, let's put over there like that, and then we do over, under, and then we do under, over, and then we do over, under. So that then undoes this pin, which means we should be able to find which of you two fuckers is the loose thread part of, and I've got a feeling it must end up off the side there somehow, but that doesn't make sense either. Arse! Right, which means I have to undo this bit as well then. Ouch, thumb. So, I was hoping not to have to go back this far, but clearly, if I would expect this to come in that way and then out. So I'd expect it to be one of these four, because, you know, they twist together and all that. But as we can see, I pull on them, and this does not seem to be the case. Which implies that it then goes down that way, and it should have been one of the ones down here that didn't work when I pulled on them earlier. So let's give them another tug just to... But now we have to undo them all again. So let's pile you up there and see how much we have to undo these. So 1, 2, 1, 2. And then we do, oh no, it's 3, isn't it? There we go. So you now, of course, I'm trying to see what's going on. Of course, have come off. And again, because just shit. So then it's got to be one of you. But you don't seem to be. Exactly what I didn't want to happen. Look. Get the fuck out, dog! Now is not your time. Exactly what we didn't want to happen. So, this is exactly what I didn't need today. And doggeth not helpeth. Fucking animal. Doggeth not helpething at all. Exactly what I feared would happen. Broken thread, don't actually know exactly where it's buzzed. So now we have to undo these. And we've got, let me unwind this and sort the stupid bit out of the bottom. Right, so 1, 2, 3. I can't actually see what is going on because, well, I'm blind, as we all know, and I can't tell what's above, what's below, what's around in the middle. And even though I know the moves that I did to make it, I still can't actually see which direction everything has to go. So, because if it is one of these, it really should be. There it goes. Right, so where did this break? The answer is, I don't know. Need a pokey stick. Is it there? Is that it? Yes, that's it there. So, what we will do is we will tie a knot in the end. Tie a knot in the end like this. And we will loop it over a random pin, because buggered if I can see a pin back here, but there's a pin, it will do. So we will tie it around this pin, because got to tie it around a pin, and this pin will be our pin of duty. It can then just fall apart because it's shit. Let's try that again. And I'll make a knot that doesn't come undone. That's harder when you've got pins that you can't see. I literally can't see an individual pin when I look in that direction because there's so many of them and all I see is shiny. I can't see, much like I can't see the crossings of a thread, I can't see the actual pins. They're just a sea of grey and shiny. I can't see where one pin is and one pin is not, which makes it really fucking difficult. This is a shit hobby for me, and this is not helping, but I don't want to take that pin out either, because, well, it's holding shit together. I need you to just tie a frigging knot and stop getting tangled in everything else. For you to go in and around, please. But I can't see it. There it is. I can't see the ends very well. Right, that should hold it. Yeah, that holds it. So now I can adjust this bobbin. It's holding it for now at least. To be more accurate. Which is all I need, I guess. Right, so you are there, but you kind of need to go around. Possibly that pin might look a bit weird for a while, but we'll work with it. So you need to be twisted 3 times. And this is still a bit looser than I'd like, so do it up a little bit. Right, you now have to go, and I need to do that. Put pin in. And it should now all work out and look pretty much like it did before. And we do. And you have nothing to do with this. And you come down like that and you snapped up like that. We do 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Now we haven't entirely cured this end, so I must not do, or did I? Did I fix that? I can't tell from here. I fucking can't see. Don't think I did, looking at the screen. So I've got to undo this pin here and this pin here. You get to go on little mini sticks now, because you go back to the middle. So you go on your mini sticks. Like that. You now come out and you get to do the mating dance of choice. Oh, that really hurt my thumb. Oh dear Lord above. My thumb is not happy. It seemed a good idea at the time. I'm going to have to put it in some really hot water to see if I can draw out what's wrong with it. If I do this, you can see it's very unhappy. It's a very unhappy thumb. Very unhappy thumb. And it is making its unhappiness very well known. So now I need to give these all a little tug. There we go, like that. And then we do this back through here. That. And scoot all of that up. Like that. Although she says I twisted those, but I can't even see it that well on my camera here. Is it me, or does this look really untwisted? I think it's just because there's this loose thread in the way. I'm going to stick with that as my excuse. You can come in and we can put you back in here like this. You go back in here like this. That's you sorted. You come down the edge. And we'll need to go this way. So I also want to point out I've got a sore toe for a fairly similar reason. I do seem to go through spates of sore fingers or sore toes, usually sore toes, because I do have ingrowing toenail type things. So apparently it's really common when you get older is that by the time you're old you have ingrowing toenails. I never really realised that it was that, you know, kind of device is a thing. I thought, you know, I was always told it's because you've worn ill-fitting shoes or you've, you know, but it seems to just be you are old, you will now have, you know, ingrowing toenails. I don't know quite what's upset my thumb so much. I don't normally suffer so much on the old finger front. So, we need to undo this one. It didn't add up for a minute then, and my brain was not working out. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Hang on. That's right, shenanigans at work. Reports of people having their ears chewed is always slightly amusing when it's not your ear being chewed. I mean, let's truly be honest. Most of us have this kind of, he's been made to do that kind of moment. Well, my co-worker, who usually finishes at 12 o'clock with me, is still working. I've been on holiday all day today, so there was a bit of me kind of going, nah, because I'm not working today. And although my holiday was declined because, well, my co-worker's off next week. So only next Friday. He's in all week. But that was why my holiday... Well, it's not entirely why my holiday got declined. I found out why my holiday got declined. And I can't say I appreciate it, but, you know, because at the end of it, I feel I gave fair warning. But my co-worker is off next Friday. He's buggering off to America, actually. And I got... yeah, that's okay. So, let's undo this. Right. I don't know why I undid that, because I've got a feeling I didn't need to. No, I didn't need to. But why Is there a line there? There we go. You're not in the right places. Okay. Didn't actually need to undo this. My brain's telling me. I only needed to twist shit. So let's put that back in and redo it. Now everything's in the right place and all the rest of it. Let's pretend that that was essential, because I really don't want to dwell on the fact that I've done unnecessarily undoings, as I know how much, as we all know how much I'm enjoying today, undoing and fixing the thing we did yesterday. So now we need to do the twisting. And the worst part is these were twisted, so I don't know quite what's going on, because I undid twisting, so you now get these. And I try not to annoy my thumb. You have sufficient twistings. You have sufficient twistings. So we now do the little spine up. And grab a pin. Stab it in. And it's also one of those things is that although my thumb hurts like a mother, painkillers wouldn't help. You know, no amount of painkillers is going to fix that. So I don't know quite. I didn't twist those. I didn't twist the other side now. I think that's just me being paranoid though. I think it's just that I've got twists on the brain, and just because I don't remember doesn't mean it doesn't happen, you know? I don't know quite how to explain that. But you know how you do some stuff on autopilot? It's like, have I locked the car? And you go back, yes you did, but you've got literal no memory of locking it whatsoever. And I've got to that point with the twisting. I think I've got to the point where I don't remember doing it, but it doesn't mean it didn't happen. And the problem is, of course, you know, going back and checking is not always that simple either. So let me undo there, move these across and quickly go look. So I'm confident I did. So let's leave those alone for a second and get back to the matter at hand, which is over, under, over, under, park. Under, over, under, over, over, under, over, under, under, over, under, over. Stick a pin in it. Give it a bit of a tug. Didn't twist them. Fucking bollocks! How can I not have twisted them enough? How? Because now I'm looking at it, they all look twisted. But these don't. They don't look twisted enough. And I know why they don't look twisted enough. I've just worked out why they're not, so that's okay. I've worked out why not. That's okay. I still hate my life. But it's because I'm a Londoner. No, it's because I undid the bottom halves, not the top halves. Fuck off, bobbins, you're making my thumb hurt. It is because when I got to this point, I didn't twist these three. 1, 2, 3. And I don't think I twisted the other side either. So let me go to here. Did those. I don't think I twisted these. See, I didn't. 1, 2, 3. That's why they didn't get twisted enough. I forgot to do that bit. So, let's do. At least we notice now, because if I'd have to undo it again, I'd have burnt it. Only done 5 inches, I'd have burnt it. This is already not worth the 5 inches. See, here we are at 2.5 hours, and I haven't even, all I've been doing is undoing and redoing this motif. Now, this should not take that long, but it fecking does. Partly due to procrastination and the discovery of why Fahrenheit and, other temperature-based rule sets. Out the way. Under, over, under, over. Over, Dapping. I know, Mummy's all frustrated and doggy is here, assistance. You do know that you don't actually help, right? I love you both. I do, yes, yawn. But you don't help. No. That's Rory headbutting the camera for you. Tis. I know. Ranty Mummy. You're used to me ranty though. You've lived with me for 5 years. You've only ever known ranty Mummy. You have. You're not that old. You'd have to be my parents to remember a time where I did not. And even as a child, before I knew swear words, I fucking ranted. I just didn't have swear words to put in it. I've always been a ranty. I have. It's okay, my beautiful friend. You're a good boy. And yes, Rory hugs do help. They do. They do. For I love Rory's. I love Rory's mostly when he's asleep. I do. But Rory hugs are nice because you're gentle and calm. Unlike your scatterbrained crackhead who headbutts me and mauls me, at least you generally are slow moving and determined to have your hug, otherwise you'd not be hugging me now. But you are gentle with it. You're just determined. Yes. Don't click my hand. Oh, not yet. You never sit over that side. You sit there. You sit over. No, I said no. I'm part of no. I know. I do. I said no. This is normally the easy one. Yes. This is normally the easy one, Rory. It is. It is normally the easy one. But it's proving to be a pain in the fluff. It is. Just like you. It's a bit of a pain in the fluff. And this is why your sister gets jealous, because you get huggies and kisses because you're gentle, whereas she gets, thank you for burping in my face, I appreciate that truly, and your breath smells. You've been eating dung, Rory, because I know you do. grumble, boys? Hmm? Hmm? Little grumbles. Crackheads on the move. Oh, can you just, like, sit still, though? And I can maybe finish this shit. Mm-hmm. Broke a thread for him. Broke a thread. I'll talk to her in a bit. Let me talk to Trev. I shall go on. I shall. Hang on. Let me do that. Sorry about that. You didn't have to talk. Um, it's right. My ex-husband, I told you he broke some. I may have told you he broke some ribs. 1, 2, 3, 4. For some reason, I really fucked this up. 1, 2, 3. Got to undo another round yet. Take my glasses off. I can't see that. So he broke some ribs tripping over a cat, and is in rather a large amount of pain. But apparently, he's now been told by the doctor he's got to wear a girdle, which is hysterically funny. Because, well, manly man and all that, didn't want to wear a girdle, but he's had to order one from Amazon. So, well, first thing I did, the moment he said girdle, I laughed at him, which he didn't appreciate, but, I thought it was funny. Because, like all things, it's not me, so it's funny, right? So, yes. But he was having a bitch about life and Prince Andrew, or rather, Andrew, formerly known as Prince Andrew. And a bunch of stuff that, frankly, is in the news, and it's difficult. I mean, it is kind of a big deal that someone who was formerly royalty of the country has fallen into some disgrace. I mean, it's not the first time the royals have fallen into disgrace, so let's not pretend that that's a thing. But at the same time, it is interesting to see that stuff is being done to remove him from the natural selection of royal things. But as I said to my ex, it was the problem is, in my mind, is that he's been staying currently in a house paid for by the royal estate, right? And so he lives there basically free of charge. But now he's been told he's got to move out of it, because how dare you live in royal residence, you nasty piece of shit. So his brother, the king, is going to pay for him to live somewhere. Well, isn't that kind of the same? I mean, it's still being paid for by the crown. I mean, he's still supported by the crown. Surely this is the bit that I get really stuck on with tatting, is that this has got to come down and meet that way. So that has to come over here like this. And I find it difficult to be sure that I'm joining it in the right manner and that it's twisted in the right sense and place. I inevitably feel I've got it wrong. And I think I inevitably do get it wrong and then it is twisted. But I'm trying to think. So that comes round. I want it to come round like that. So surely it needs to come round like that. And then as that comes up. See, that's how it's got to meet. So that comes round. Hang on. Trying this really hard. Hang on. I'm trying to work this out because each time I try and do this, somehow I seem to fuck it up. So that comes round and that's got to meet. Let's use the one that's already there. That. So if that was there like that, how does that... No, it should just be that. So that should just come up and meet that. There shouldn't be fancy shenanigans. It should just be connect. But it's not. Bet I'll have to twist it. Bet I should have twisted it, but we'll soon find out. So let's put that in there like that. That sounds like it could be the Amazon man who was due at 1 o'clock. Ah, moment of truth. Oh no, that could be right. Could be, I got it right. Looks like I did, you know. Looks like I did. Holy shit, I got it right. Definitely sounds like it could be the Amazon man though. Dear goodness, people. Right. Amy, darling. Do you want to wine slightly? Do you want some cheese with that? The answer is yes, they like cheese. Do not be whining. Your whining is incessant and at such a pitch that it goes through my head and annoys the living shit out of me. So I thought I'd finish this because I've fixed my thing and I feel laced out for the moment, so I thought I'd do a bit of this at the end of my stream while I was on the phone, and I think now I will finish this while I'm on the phone, while I'm on stream, because, well, why not? And yes, this is too long, and I can't be fucked to wind it in because it's a day with a Y in it. So I'm doing it this way instead because, well, the trials and tribulations of today have been sufficient that I'm going with the path of least resistance, which is to wait till it was a bit shorter. But I keep getting it stuck around this finger and I just can't seem to stop getting it stuck around my finger. And I don't know why it keeps getting stuck around my finger, but it does. So that means that's 5, I think. Yeah, 5. And there isn't a lot of thread left on the purple thing, so it's going to be a bit interesting, but we'll manage. One more of these to do. Yes. Don't think I've got enough thread, but we will find out. And this has just unpopped and made itself longer. Which again, holding this with my sore thumb is not an easy trait. Right. So, now we've done the little leg bit. I'm going to give this a bit of a tug. And we put this around here. And we go around like that. And we need a bit more. We really are down to the last minuscule parts of what is held on by the other end. Oh, that's okay. So, 1. Now here you've got to be careful so that it doesn't grow. 2, 3, 4. And then we stick through the hole in here. I'll just keep my finger in there. There you go. To make you bigger, like that. One, 2, 3, 4. Leave a gap. 1. Shut up. And I definitely don't think I have enough thread, and it's like fine, not a lot. 1. No, that's not it. 2. Here it is. So, we take this off here, like this. And we look over here in case I've got one out. Thought I did. Thought I had the pokey thing. I don't have the pokey thing. I have to put it away. I could use it up in my tin of pokey things. Pokey thing. Which of course is the holder of thing. And what you actually do is you poke the thing through the thing, the thread through the hole, and then trap it on the thing like this, so that the end doesn't come away, and then you can wind it round and round. Now, as explained earlier, yes, we're adding twist, but the phrase "bite me" applies. So I'm going to do that slightly off camera because, well, I can see it better, and you can tell how I'm doing by the unwinding of the cotton on the spool in front of you. like this. You actually do get through quite a lot of thread doing this, which is quite surprising. It seems to be quite a... I mean, it is the equivalent of lots of single crochets. I mean, let's truly be honest, tatting is basically like making a load of single crochets. So from that point of view, it's less surprising, but it still seems a lot of thread that you get through doing this. Because these bobbins do hold, especially these ones because they're elongated, they do hold quite a bit of thread. And as you can tell by how many times I've had to get some more off the spoolie thing, it does just surprise me a little bit how much thread you get through doing this. Now obviously I don't need much to complete the item that I'm making because, well, basically I need half a ring and, well, a leg. So, but it will still be a surprising amount of thread that you get through, considering how little that looks to the human eye. So I need a pair of scissors. I seem to have lost a pair of scissors again. I spend my life swearing I've lost pairs of scissors. And I need to take my glasses off because I need to deal with this. And I need to fill this side up a bit more. Because, well, opportunity and all that. So I'm going to take this moment as I wind the final throws of yet more thread onto my bobbin. To remind you that tomorrow evening, my time, so kind of, well, about 20 minutes ago, might sound about 24 hours minus 20 minutes, so 23 hours and 40 minutes, the Monsters and Memories November playtest begins. And that you are all very welcome. It is free. And it will be a pleasure to answer your questions in Monsters and Memories and guide you through your early days as a character in Monsters and Memories. So please do come and join us. It will be a load of fun. It's a 10-day playtest free of charge. So from that point of view, good for the soul. It's very playable. It is most definitely in a very playable state right now. Unlike a lot of games where not always, this is very playable. So how am I going to do this? Not being the tatting expert, I'm not quite sure of the best way to achieve this. I'm going to hold some thread there like that, and I'm going to do tattoo the thing, untattoo the thing, then do tattoo, I know it's off camera, bite me. Pull that through there like that. And just snug that up. Yeah, that doesn't sit right. Cock that up, sorry. So let's undo that. It didn't sit right, so I've just undone that half. And I'm going to pull that half out and pull you through there like this. Oh. Come on. Out of there. Like that. And then this comes to the front, and I do tatting. Actually, you've got wrapped around, so let's do that. Tatting, no, that's not right. I need to go under and tat and pull, and you come through that hole there like this, just like that, and then you go to the back and I tat like that, and you come through the hole like that, and then we get under and tat. I'm not very good at the whole joining thing particularly, so and of course that's not what I meant to do. Bear with me 1 second. I need to undo this one again. Through the hole. And get back through the hole here. Hang on. You're gonna sneeze. Yes! Right. I need to bring this end in, which I kind of needed to do at the end of this one. So I'm going to undo this one a bit, and I'm going to try and poke this through here like this. Yep. Come on, you little shit. Tatting threads are a real shit sometimes. Come on, just come through the fucking hole. There we go. So now, all 3 threads are through the same hole, like this. And then you two get to play together for a little bit, which means you'll be a bit big, but that's fine. So that's I now have to do an under tatting thing, and you both go through this hole here like this, over tatting thing. Then we do you're behind everything, get behind everything, and you get to do a tatting thing like this, and you clip, and then we pull you two through this hole here like this. That it's going to makes it a lot bigger than normal, but it's close. And then one of you, which one is it? Which one of you's the? Right, you're that end, so you need to stay the longest. So now we need the scissors. We can get rid of you because you're in, because you're the other end of this. So we can slide you up a bit more. And we will trim this one as and when we get to the very, very end, but we'll do another stitch with you in because we need a bit more with you in because we joined you after the first one, so probably should have done you first really, but you know, whatever. Trying to hide the ends. So now let's put you out. Actually, we'll do you one more back one, and then we'll hide you a bit. So we'll poke and pull you up through here. Did you come or did you just piss off? I think you just pissed off, didn't you? Okay. So you come through that. Right. Now, let's hide you from sight, so that you're not in the way. Right. Well, it's not really hand sewing, it's tatting, but it's pain in the arse shit. So that's a whole one. We then need to do one of those and one of those. But you're on the wrong side, there you go. Oh, okay. So that's 4. So that's 4, and I need one more gap. And another 4. I don't mind hand sewing, to be honest. Bear in mind, I am the girl who made a 8-foot square patchwork quilt with the other side being another 8-foot square patchwork quilt in 6 months. So I can do hand sewing, and I've got the kind of brain cell. I've been looking at it for a while. The only thing I don't like about patchworking is the cutting out all the fucking hexagons. Now, normally I would do paper piecing. So you tack them to a piece of paper, join them all together, then after a while pull all the pieces of paper out. But when I was younger, there was a company called the Rubber Stamp Company. And it sounds really kind of weird, but they made patchwork stamps. And their patchwork stamps were basically hexagons with a mark as to where the paper piece would sit, so that you would join them and it'll work out, right? Well, I decided that it was far fucking simpler for everybody and the universe if I skipped a piece of paper and just went to sewing them properly, like you should. So I did. And it went a lot quicker, I can tell you that, because you don't spend half your time sewing pieces of paper in that you're going to rip out in a handful of hours, right? So that's exactly what I did. I got used to having hexagons and just sewing where the line should be. Fuck you! And the horse you rode in on. That's not supposed to work like that. That's distinctly not supposed to work like that. In part because I pulled on the wrong thing. But also, in part because, well, fuck you. So, let me think about this once more. Let's ignore you and put you in. Chase the fly thing off me thing in the background. I need you to piss off, because you're the thing I'm going to tug on at the end of it. I'm not sure how to join this, because that should have worked. With all of the knots that I made with this, it should have worked, but it didn't. And I don't see why it didn't. I know the obvious answer. The obvious answer is, under all of this, this is gonna seem like cracking a walnut with a sledgehammer, but if I undo all of this, back to the beginning, which is quite a long way, because I was quite near the end of this ring. In fact, I think I was nearer the end of this ring than I gave myself credit for. And I possibly was overdoing it, but let's ignore the fact that I think I was actually making it a 5 ring rather than a 5-part ring rather than the 4-part ring that it should have been. Angled my thread a bit, never mind. And this is the old thread, so it doesn't overly matter. But I need to make this shorter because it's doing my head in. There we go. I need a bit of tension on it, so undo that, and you need to come around this side. There you go. Undo this, and instead of this here, I need to go back through this as well. Hang on. So pull that through. Yep. Pull you through. So you now are on free. You are free. I go all the way back here like this. I go back to the beginning, which is here, I can join it at the join, which will look better and less shitty and be easier to control, for it will all be the new. So you like that, like that. I then want you like this. Where I make a ring like this, and arguably I could weave through the end a little. I want the red one. I am shit when it comes to little threads, which again makes lace making a stupid ass hobby for me, because I have not got the patience, and especially with a sore thumb, to do this. So I need you to fuck off. And I need you to fuck off. I need you to fuck off. You're being annoying. I need you to stay there a minute. I need you to come here and stop being a little bitch and go through here, and I need to make a ring out of you like this, and we'll have you, although you are a bit long, I'm not going to chop you just because it's easier to find you when you're longer. You need to go under there and under there like that, and then you come through through there like that. You're too fucking long. Like this, and we scooch you up. Then we do, now you're round it, so you go back through this, and you're out the back, so you can now come forward. That's a good thing, like this. That's it, that's it. Now, I'm not worried at this point that this is further away than I desire, because, well, it's okay. It's actually okay. Oh, fingers. So, I do need this to be shorter. It's getting on my tits. There you go, fuck off. Right. Because you're just too long and you're in the way. Making my life harder. You go around there like that, and you come in and round and through, and we snug you up there like that. You're now at the back, and you come in and round and through the middle to the front like this. Come on. Oh, there you go. Snug you up. We do it again. We go to the back. And we get snug. And then we do it one more time. We go round and in. And then you come in through there like that. Then you need to fuck off with your friends down there, and you. Because you can fuck off. You're going to be a shit to sew anyway, or I made you far too small. Right, so that's 3. 4. Then we join you to you, like this. And you keep out of it because we don't need you together. You've got caught in it, you can start up as well. So you go in there like that. Now I've got the itches. Anyway. 1, 2, 3, 4. Leave a gap. 1. Get out of it. 2, 3, 4. Leave a little gap. This one's maybe a little too little, but why not? See worse. 1, 2. Get off. 3. 4. So I've got 2 gaps, so I need my extra half one. I've got my finger and then poke it through the hole. So this, with any luck, scoots up and makes a nice tight ring. Like that, which it does. Now there are some ends, I'm not going to lie, you can come off because, well, you've now been sorted. Like that. You get to go around there like that. And I get to do 6 more of these. 1, 2. Does look a bit wonky, but what are you doing? 3. Looks like I need to tighten that a bit more. That's it. That looks better. 2, 3. 4. Should be 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, and 6. And that should be the end. Now, this ring has kind of escaped a little bit at the edge because, well, it's where I swapped it over and it's coming loose, which is slightly irritating, but if I reach over and I can find the needle, there it is, if I can do this before it gets too excited, and I can go through, say, one of these loops. See, it's just pulled straight out. Despite wrapping it underneath all of those, it's just pulled straight out, which just fucking sucks. Donkey balls, actually. But I can still possibly stop it from causing any havoc by finding somewhere to insert this pin that actually... The only problem with this is I've done it on a slightly tighter tension because it does make it look better, but the problem is that getting a pin in it or a needle in it is really hard. So weaving your ends in is really hard. Lick it to make it stick together, and then try and thread the needle with my left hand over dodgy skin in my finger. I may have to resort to the alternative method of, if you've never threaded a needle this way, this is something that you'll be surprised. So get yourself some thinner thread. Thread your needle, preferably with a tidy end, not a shitty end. So if I pick this end because I just cut it, so it'll be a tidy end. Thread your needle with the really thin thread that you can see for miles to come. Actually, this is not what I meant to do, but it'll do. I was going to double thread it, so it was just a loop, but fine. I'll do this instead. So I'm going to tie a knot so it can't come off. Now, actually, does this help me? Yes, it will. It will help enough. So, tuck the end through the loop that you've made and extract it from around all of the rest of your fucking work. Put the loop through the end, like this, in the direction you want it to come. Actually, that doesn't help. It must do. No, it doesn't. I'm being a doofus. It's because it's also tiny and everything catches on my rough ass shitty skin, and it doesn't help my brain cells. So this is a bit short now, but never mind. So you fold this in half and poke this through your needle. And I can't do this left-handed, and so, and then you've got a loop. You loop it over the bit that you want, and you can just yank it through the needle like that. So it's now yanked through my needle, and then I can push my needle through to the other side like this, and it pulls the thread through to help hold it in place. And you can rinse and repeat as much as you need. Now obviously one thing you could do is sew in effect with a loop and then pull it through all together, but that's not always as easy because friction and shit. So this is a good way of doing it, is that you then put your loop through your needle. Doesn't really matter which way around because you can always twist it. Get the end of your loop, find your end from whichever direction you need to find it, poke it through the end, alright, and then yank through the needle and finish pulling it through. So now already that's a bit firmer through the thing. Alright, and hopefully I can worry about that later. So, let's get back to business. I've finished my leg, so I can chop and chop and chop. There we go. Right. Make a bit of room. And there's my rescue ranger. So this needs to go in here like that, and we'll use rescue ranger again because it is easier. But not when it turns into a big ball of hate. There we go. Oh, for fuck's sake! Why is it that spam bots always come when I've got my glasses off? And it's the second one today. Fuck off, spam bot. kind of lost what I was doing. So now I need the red one. We put the red one through the hole, and then we pull the red one through the needle. Right. Now we've got this one long enough that we don't need to do it that much more often, so we shouldn't need to redo that as long as it doesn't come out. So you come in through there, and then we need to make you nice and tight. So we will go through there and there, like this, and make you nice and tight. And through there, like this. This is the bit that I'm very not good at, is the end and securing of these ends. Much like my lacework ends, I find the finishes difficult to make look as tidy as I would like. In part because, well, the stitches are quite tight and, well, it's difficult to get thread through them, really. So let's work our way down. That should be enough, because, well, it's not exactly under tension here. There we go. And then we need to do the same for the beige one. Now the beige one kind of needs to go in. I'm going to stab myself in the thumb in a minute. About in here somewhere. So this is where you stab yourself violently with the sharp needle that you've got, because believe it or not, this is actually really quite a sharp needle. There it is. That can go in there like that. Then we get Rescue Ranger and we poke him through the hole. Even though I'm struggling to visualise said hole. And now we get the beige thread and we poke him through the hole like this. Missed, because he's alive and doesn't want to be bent. So we poke Rescue. Stay in the fucking hole for 2 seconds while I try and grab the other end of Rescue Ranger. There you go. And now you can come through the needle like that. Right. I do not have patience for this shit, people. So now we need to do a bit of this. Yes. And then back through there just to give it a bit of a... And then clip. And now we've only got left you and you. I need to go through there. Where's Rescue Ranger? There he is. So Rescue Ranger, put you fairly far down because it's a very short bit of thread. Rescue Ranger goes through the hole like that. Goes, gets the pokey piece of thread like that. And yoink. And then poke you back down one last time for a bit more hope. And to be honest, I think that's as good as you're going to get. So, because you've gone through a few holes now. So there you go. And there he is. There is the new improved. It's got a bit of a wispy end there. We'll trim pokey end of whisper there a little bit. No, come on. Just get her off. There it is. So, there we have number 2. Oh! But there he is. And if I zoom in, hang on, donk. You will see he looks pretty smart actually. This looks a bit mungy. Yeah, I'm not going to deny that. Looks a little bit munged. It's not, but it is, if you see what I mean. It's not quite as tidy as the rest of it. Why does that look quite smudgy? I don't know why. It looks more mungy on camera than it does in person. It's partly angle. It's because when it's flat like that, that's not actually that flat. It's kind of bunching up a little bit. And the fact that there's some frizzes which then make it look. Hi camera, focus, thank you. So there you go. It's like that's not quite sitting flat, but there you go. But that, I think, is me done for today. I have, my patience has runneth out. I hope you've enjoyed today. You won't have learned anything off me, that's for sure. Not for tatting, but I mean, it doesn't look too bad considering I ran out of thread. The biggest problem I definitely have is the judging of how much thread it's going to take, because it just seems to be quite a lot. Because it doesn't look a lot. I mean, for scale, there's a finger. I mean, it looks small, right? But it doesn't half get through some thread. It is a surprising amount of thread, to be honest. There is a number of meters of thread in that. I'm probably talking... We like the sound of that. Thank you very much. We'll appreciate that. I look forward to it. I always like seeing everybody else's things. So, because after all, you get to see me make my things. I look forward to seeing your things. Tomorrow, that reminds me, did Mr. Amazon actually fucking ever deliver my shit? Apparently he did. Oh, it was earlier today when it was still light. Fuck's sake. Because one of the things in it is a pico measurer for this. So you can get slightly more regularly sized picos. Let me go get box because, well, it's got other things in it too. So hang on. Let me go rescue the post then. Because of course if you'd knocked or rung the bell, I'd have known, wouldn't I? But no, why do that when you can just abandon it and flee? Alexa, porch on.
Also, I found a routine that ends your day with upbeat music every evening at 5:30. Would you like to enable this routine?
Alexa, porch off. I hate it when Alexa tries to be intelligent. Hey, I found a routine for the end of your day. Yeah, well, it's not the end of my day. I'm turning the porch light on because I've got parcels, you douche. Leave me alone. If I wanted to do something, I would. So, I ordered some pico. Let's zoom out a bit, hang on. So I ordered some pico things so that I can more regularly size my picos. I ordered 2 of these because these are incessantly useful, which are the needle threaders, which I'd have used instead of a pair of Rescue Rangers, because inevitably you lose that. And I've got a box. I wasn't expecting that. Oh, I was going to say there's something else. Yay! Hang on. And I also ordered 2 of the weirdy tatting shuttles. So these, why did I order these? Because they're a little bit lighter. Now, why does that matter? These, because they've got magnets on, also do this. So, oh, it's falling the wrong way up. But if you get them the right way, they stick together. And this can be a pain in the ass. It can be a blessing as well when you're putting it away. But these have got little tiny plastic things. And then, as I found out from the travelling shutter yesterday, these go on the ends so that you can wind them. Now obviously, as I said to her, these look like they've got Phillips head screwdrivers. You can't really see in that colour. Hang on. Might be able to see the purple one better. Hang on. Hang on. Gotta extract these out of the package. So, it might be a bit more, yeah, you can just about see it better with the purple, although not a lot. Does zooming in help? Yeah, there you go. You can see it's like a Phillips head screwdriver. And obviously, as I joked to her, because if you put it on like this and then wind like this, you'll add twist to it. What you can do, of course, is if that fits a Phillips head screwdriver, you can put it on a powered screwdriver and then, you know, almost put a pencil down the middle of your spool of cotton and just have it wind on, and then you won't be adding twist to it. So that's quite a good idea. So I got a couple of them because these are standardly light, whereas these are, you know, the pair of those are really quite noticeably heavy. The pair of these, you know, are a lot lighter because there's no magnets and metal in it. So I thought I might, because like everything, we all know that if you're a knitter or a crocheter, sometimes you won't get on with, say, metal crochet hooks. You only get on with wooden ones, or you only get on with metal ones, or you don't get on with plastic ones. Sometimes the little nuances really do matter. For a tool that's going to be in your hand, you've got to be comfortable with it. And the one thing I found about these is they're quite long. I mean, I've got big man hands, but they're quite long. So when you're doing this, if this is bigger than the gap that you will make with your thread, you will poke yourself. Even if you do it at an angle, it becomes more awkward. Whereas and so again, these are shorter a little bit, but they're lighter. Hence I quite like those little nub ones, but they spun too much. Once they were not too stiff, then they spun too much. So if you drop them, because it didn't have the clicky. Now, one of the disadvantages I think of these is that in here, if I want to get more thing, I click the thread through the holes. Well, you can't on these because the end is solid. So you have to turn the bobbin, but the bobbin also clicks, so it doesn't spin. The problem I had with the others, of course, is that the bobbin then, once you got it to a point where the bobbin could move, well, the bobbin moved too much. So if you dropped it, it just rolled away like you were holding a tiny little ball, and it caused a lot of swearing. So while I like them, because they're small, they also used much taller bobbins. And, well, in using the taller bobbins, they were too tall for me. They were a bit too tall. So I quite like the idea of these because, can you stop licking my damn hands when I'm using them? No, don't crawl. You can't see this. There's a dog trying to crawl up underneath the table. Isn't there? Yes, there is. And he's a little boy. Yes. And little crackhead. Oh, crackhead coming in for the kill. Hello. Hello, little one. Hello, Rory. Yes, yes, that's more shit. I've ordered more shit. Yes. That's what I do. You should know that by now. You've been here long enough. Yes. Yes, you have. And I'll find you a good spot again, and then you won't be able to stand up. It's about here. There it is. Come on, down you get. Down you get. You can get back on the couch in a minute when I've dealt with packaging. Right. So, but the idea of these being thinner and fairly light, but still having the nice little pokey crochet hook end to them is quite a nice idea. I quite like the idea of these. It is slightly sad that these are proprietary notched, for want of a better word, sewing machine bobbin type things, in that they are not sewing machine bobbins, they are notched. I wonder, do they fit on my magic thing? I bet they do. I've got a thing. Oh, yeah, they do fit. So I can put them on here, look. So I can wind them up using that. So that still works. So that would work. So again, another plus point. But the part of the notch thing is because they go in here, and although you can't really hear it, they notch. There you go. They notch in here so that you can turn them, but they don't just freewheel off, which I quite like. So I shall definitely give those. I'm not deliberately picking purple and pink. I just wanted contrasting colours, and well, they had purple and pink ones, and I'm not into pink. I'm not overly into purple, but they are contrasting colours because I wanted different colours. This only came in pink when I originally bought it, so, and this was the cheapest. That's the only reason that one's purple. Because I don't know why there'd be different prices, but they were. So this one was cheaper, so I got cheap. That often plays into the part of these things, because obviously I don't want to spend a small fortune. I've already spent plenty on, you know, weirdy thread and stuff, so I'm going to give that a go. I've also got some slightly thinner version of this polyester stroke plastic, for want of a better word, thread coming, because I quite like the idea of doing slightly more dainty. I mean, not that this is chunky. She says now getting hiccups again. Hang on. There we go. I'm very successful at getting rid of hiccups usually. So this is not chunky by any real stretch of the imagination, but at the same time, having something slightly more daintier does appeal. So I'm going to see what that's like. So I ordered not a lot, but some. I think I ordered white and something else. Was it white and something else? Can't remember. I'd have to look in my thing. Hang on. What did I order? Hang on. Where's my mailbox? There it is. Hang on. You're going to go, I can't find any. Because that's what Outlook does at the moment. Yeah, I can't find any. So no, there you go. I ordered. Oh, okay. I ordered beige, white, purple, and neon pink. So basically, I ordered purple and pink, like these, and some white and some beige. So this is beige. I've got some white, and as you know, I've got some green in this size. So I've got red, beige, white, and green in this. I didn't order a lot of the red and purple. I only ordered one of those. I've ordered a few more. No, I didn't. I ordered a purple and a neon pink of one each. But I ordered a fair bit of beige and white because, well, I'm thinking of making some beige stuff or some white stuff or a bit of both. So almost like these, but with subtle stuff or just making white shit with 2 bobbins or whatever. But it also came with some complimentary beads, so I don't know what I will get. Knowing my luck, they'll be lime green or something hideous, rather than say white, which would have been useful. But kind of try some bead work to go with it, because putting beads on it is kind of a thing. I have plenty of things that I've seen that are pretty. I mean, I don't know what the fuck I'd do with them, but they're pretty, so I kind of want to have a bit of a go. And if they're really small beads, you get quite a few. So I'm not sure I quite like the idea of having to pre-feed them on. Because as I'm not very good at telling how much yarn string you need to do it, I'm certainly not going to be any good at judging how many beads to stick on it either. So I do foresee that being a complication that I'm not necessarily ready for. But I do quite like some of the patterns that have got beads in. But as I say, I don't know what the fuck I do with them. But there is a delicate, for want of a better word, square thing that I've seen that I'd quite like to do. Now it has beads in it. Again, don't quite want to know what I'd do with it. I have no idea what I'm doing with this. It's part of the reason I keep doing these is because these have a complication of 2 colours and the starting and stop, but also they don't really hurt anyone. They're quite small, and I can join them together and call it coaster if I want. But I might actually make 3 more of these at this kind of standard, so that I've got a little coaster, because this is, being plastic, isn't absorbent. I tried tatting with this stuff. While it's plenty strong enough and it feels really nice and soft, and it works really quite well, it's just too small for me right now. I got 90% round a ring, or I get, making something like this, I'd make a ring, make a leg, go to make this one, and then everything would just jar up, something wouldn't have flipped, and I can't see it. So much as I'd love to make something out of this stuff, which is part of the reason I bought this, to be honest, this might be better for lace making, just because I cannot see the tiny ass knots when it comes to this. If I need to unpick or poke at it, or if it doesn't flip properly, I can't see that it hasn't flipped. It's too small. So yeah, basically no, that sucked. But I do kind of like the idea of these. But now they look like butt plugs. Not that I've ever actually seen a butt plug, but that's kind of, I mean, obviously it's a pointy butt plug, but it looks a bit like a butt plug now. I've seen them on TV, so as joking things and stuff. But yeah, kind of, no, let's not use these as butt plugs. That would be bad. Not that I would, but someone somewhere would. It's the pointy thing on the end. Do not. You'll perforate your bowel, and I can assure you it's incredibly painful, and mine was caused by a surgeon. You do not need to do this to yourself. But I probably will try these. They won't hold a lot of thread, which is potentially good or bad depending on what you're making. Which again is part of the advantage of these, because these do hold the most. So I'm having fun playing with the different bobbins, and I mean, I like these, but they're quite heavy, and it was quite noticeable when I went from one bobbin to these in how much heavier these are. I mean, I've got reels of thread that don't weigh as much as these, so these are quite heavy for what they are. And as I say, the biggest problem is that they can join together, and so then when you're working they kind of mate up and tangle, and it can be good, it can be bad. But anyway, it is now 7:15. Well, 7:10. Remember, my clock's 5 minutes out and I look up at the clock. So it's 7:10. I shall see you tomorrow. So I'm going to quickly look and see if there's anyone to poke you onto on a raid. I don't think there is, to be honest, but I'll just quickly look, see who's about. Silver Dragons playing a game. Tell what you're doing, can't see it, isn't it? And they're all playing Path of Exile, because Path of Exile's come out, I think, about now. So I need to go and play Path of Exile, frankly, which is where we're at now. So I'm going to just let you find your own new homes. I shall see you tomorrow. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.